Hi. Hello. Hi, Moose. Hello, Agni. Hello, Kuro. Hello, it's your friend New. Hello. Are you using the audio I think you're using? No, I'm just using a random rain audio. I'm using this audio as the background. Red eyes, yeah, you noticed? Red eyes. Yup. Hello, Waja. How are you? Hi. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing good. It's a miracle you're streaming. I think I was streaming not too long ago. A few days yesterday or the day before. I think I was streaming, so you missed out, Vlad. Well, it's a good morning. Yes, in Korea, I believe it's like 8:37 a.m. You were, oh my god, yeah, Vlad, you missed out. Me side. How could you? But yeah, today, what I'm thinking of doing is just reading some chill, relaxing stories. I mean, I guess it's not very relaxing stories because the stories that I've found so far are like creepypastas, horror stories, you know? But yeah, aside from that, I hope I can make you guys fall asleep. I sadly never stay much in streams because I have to study or I'm just sleepy lol. Well, good for you, Moose. My goal of this stream is to make you guys fall asleep. My goal is to make you guys fall asleep, so that's good. So if I don't hear from you in the next hour or so, I'm just gonna assume I did what I wanted to do. I accomplished what I wanted to do, which is making you guys fall asleep. And by the way, I have alerts muted. Like, you'll still see the alerts pop up, but the alert itself is muted because I don't want it to interrupt me while I'm reading. You know? For pure story time ASMR. So, I'm sorry. You don't have to turn on emotes only. I think I'll be fine. You guys can talk about whatever the fuck you want, but I'm gonna probably be focused on reading. Yes? So I found like some like creepypastas written by people online. I haven't read it myself, but it has like 4.3 stars out of 5 by 315 users. So I'm gonna assume that's pretty good, right? Oh fuck them, they don't deserve freedom. Don't be insulting me either way, so emotes only it is no. I'm the streamer, I say no. Girl on a triangle rampage again. Yeah. I say no emotes, so we stay at no emotes. Okay? Okay. I have several stories lined up. I don't know which one to read first. Actually, okay, what are your guys' thoughts? Do you want to read a story that is 4.9 stars rated by 8 users? Or do you want to read a 4.3 star rated by 315 users? Which one do you want? Hello, Spoon. Hi. Hello, Spoon. Hi. We're gonna be reading horror story. Okay. Wait, the title of the story is kind of funny. I wanna read this one. The story is why I didn't shower for 21 years. That's kind of funny. I wanna read this one. Okay. I'm gonna start. This is by... The story is named Why I Didn't Shower for 21 Years by Your Face. Their name as the author is literally called Your Face. I have nightmares when I'm trapped in a shower. The drain is plugged and the water won't stop pouring down on me. Water rises to my ankles, to my waist, and then over my head. The shower curtains turn to glass, and my screams turn to gargles. A dark figure passes its face against the glass on the other side, and it watches me. I plead, but it won't let me out. The shallow water and flail helplessly in my glass coffin. I wake up gagging. I know where the nightmare came from. I never have to dig deep. The instant is never far from my subconscious. Finding it is easy. Getting over it is not. It was the summer of my 12th birthday when the Hudsons moved in across the street. 3 people, one of them a really old woman. She was tiny, frail, skeletal almost. Thin white hair, faded, blue flowery dress. Her head hung from her neck, and it wobbled as the man pushed her up a makeshift wheelchair ramp into the house. At the time, I couldn't figure out if she was alive or dead. A few minutes later, she appeared in the upstairs window, sitting in her wheelchair. She was directly facing my bedroom, and I cautiously peered out from behind my curtains. Her head was upright now, and she stared at me. Just stared, without moving her head an inch. I closed my drapes. For days, she sat at the window. She watched the cars putter down our suburban road and gazed at the neighborhood kids scurrying through their yards. I never saw anyone else in the room. Never saw her move from that wheelchair. At night, I nervously peeked through the crack in my drapes. Her silhouette was still in that window, lights off, staring out in the darkness at my bedroom. I couldn't tell, but I knew she was watching me. The stories about her cropped up pretty quick amongst my friends in the neighborhood. That she was a witch, that she was just a doll, that she was actually dead. But I knew she wasn't dead. Sure, I never saw her move from that window, not once, and I never saw her head turn. But I felt her eyes move as they studied me. I could feel her watching me, all alone in my bedroom. In the middle of the night, there, with my drapes firmly shut, I wake up and shudder. Her eyes were on me. I just knew it. I began sleeping on the floor. The lower I was, the better. Maybe she couldn't see me if I was on the floor. I told my parents that the old woman across the street was creeping me out. I pleaded with them to talk to the Hudsons and asked them to move her to a room without a window. They laughed and told me to let her live out her twilight years in peace. She was just watching the street, they said, and that probably made her feel happy and feel younger. Are you just going to stick me in a windowless room when I'm an old lady? My mom laughed. Remind me to move in with your sister when I'm in a wheelchair. A week later, there was some commotion at the Hudsons. I watched from my bedroom window as the man ran out of the house and opened up the double doors of his van. He jogged inside and reappeared minutes later, pushing the old woman in her wheelchair down the ramp. She looked frailer than before. She couldn't have weighed more than 70 pounds. Her head was flung to the side, resting on her right shoulder. Her body jolted in the wheelchair, but her eyes never left me, watched me the whole time. The man picked her up and placed her in the car. He folded the wheelchair and stuffed it in the trunk. He quickly hopped into the driver's seat. The younger woman pounced into the passenger seat, and the man put his foot to the pedal. The old woman's limp head still faced me and bobbed up and down as the van reversed down the driveway. I studied her face. It was expressionless, emotionless. Her tongue slightly hung from the right side of her mouth, but her eyes were on me, and they stayed on me. The van accelerated down the street, and it was gone. My parents heard the news that afternoon from other neighbors. The old woman's condition was getting worse, and the Hudsons had taken her to some sort of a home. She wouldn't be coming back. I went straight to my bedroom, and I looked across the street. I smiled. Her window was finally empty. The Hudsons didn't come back the next day. No van. That night, I looked out towards the old woman's window. There was no one there, no wheelchair, but the bedroom light was on. I remember telling my dad I thought it was strange, and he just shrugged and said, "Must be on some sort of timer or something." I woke up in the middle of the night and nervously peered out my bedroom window. That bedroom light was still on. It suddenly flickered off and ducked below my window frame. I slowly rose and looked out, expecting to see the silhouette of that tiny, skeletal being. I watched for 10 minutes, pinching and straining my eyes. The lights quickly flickered on and then off again. One second, I need to drink some water. I slept on the floor again, clutching my pillow close. I had a late baseball practice that evening. When I got home, my house was empty. My parents were at my little sister's softball game. I headed to the shower to rinse off. About 3 minutes into my shower, I felt cold. The hot steam was escaping the bathroom somehow, which didn't make sense because I had shut the door. Okay, I actually didn't realize how long this story is. I'm only one third there. Fuck. I wiped the shampoo from my eyes, turned my head, and I heard a strange noise that would haunt me in nightmares for years. The metal rings of the shower curtain being dragged across the shower rod. Someone was slowly opening the curtain. The shampoo stung my eyes, and through the stinging, I saw a dark figure behind the curtain. Long, pale, bony fingers gripped the curtain as it slowly opened. I instinctively backed up in the shower, and the curtain opened completely. There stood the old woman. I must have only looked at her for 1, maybe 2 seconds, but at that moment, time stood still. All these years later, I can still draw you a vivid picture of the horrifying image in front of me. Disheveled, white hair, crazy in her eyes, bones jutting out from under her stretched skin. Blotchy skin, warts all over her body. Skinny breasts hanging to her waist, hair where I didn't know people could grow hair. She smiled grotesquely, and I felt the shower tile against my back and the hot water pour my face. In her other hand, the old woman left a little letter opener. August, she mumbled. August, August, August. I leaped past her, knocking her tiny body to the floor. I ran downstairs, naked and sopping wet. In my panic, I somehow remembered I was nude, and I yanked a pair of shorts out of the hamper in the laundry room, sending the hamper crashing to the floor. I hightailed it on the foot down the street, eventually winding up at my friend's house. When the police arrived, they found the old woman crumpled to a heap in the bathroom. The shower was still running. The policemen were all really nice to me, admiring me for my bravery. I told them what she said to me, August, and asked if they knew what she could have meant. It will be August in a few days, one of them shrugged. And you can never fully understand old and crazy, son. The Hudsons only came to our street once more to retrieve their stuff. The for sale sign was up in days. My mom told me they couldn't face the neighbors for what happened. Apparently they had taken the old woman, the man's mother, to a special home downstate. Somehow, some way, the woman managed to escape the home and caught a bus back to our town. It never quite made sense to me. She was so old, so frail, so helpless. She could barely move those weeks she lived in that house. How does she manage to travel hundreds of miles on her own? Anyway, you can imagine what this did to me. I didn't shower for 21 years. I took baths, which I suppose aren't that different. It's still a tub, and it involves hot, soapy water. But a shower, when it's closed curtain, water peppering the tub floor, and steam climbing the walls, you get lost inside your own head in the shower. Thoughts consume you, and it feels so utterly safe. For a few minutes you are alone from the world. It's your own private, misty kingdom. But that's what makes the showers dangerous. You're enclosed, vulnerable, naked. You're exposed. I talk to people about it. My parents, a shrink, but mainly I tried to push the incident deep down into places where I couldn't find it. I didn't talk about it with anyone since I was a kid, Life carried on. Besides the bath, I was perfectly normal. A few months ago, something inside me clicked. I felt the urge to re-examine the incident. It was almost like a voice in my head telling me to do it. My head wanted closure. I spent hours online one night trying to track down any information on the Hudsons and the old woman. I finally found what I was looking for, an obituary for the old woman. She had died 4 years ago. Somehow, that walking skeleton hadn't checked out for another 15 years. The obituary photo was a black and white picture from when she was a young woman. It was a photo of her and her deceased husband on their wedding day. His name was August, and he looked exactly like me. I closed the browser and stared at my computer desktop for 10 minutes. It finally made more sense why she called me August, why she was obsessed with watching me. Maybe she used to write letters to her husband, and that's why she was clutching the letter opener that night. For a small moment, I felt a little better. Things always feel better when they make more sense. Honey, is everything okay? It was my wife. I think so, I said. I took the first shower I had taken in years that night. I didn't even jump when the curtain rungs dragged across the shower rod and my wife entered. As she embraced me under the hot water, one question would leave my head. How come the young woman in that wedding photo looks exactly like my wife? Wait, that's it. That's the end of the story. I mean, that's not that bad. Not as scary as I thought it would be. But yay! Also, hello Mark, hello Eric. I hope you enjoy your stay here. And Monka11. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you, Sally? Doing pretty good. I'm a bit upset. I thought the story I read was gonna be a lot scarier, but it was just a story, just some normal story for me. Stinky confirmed. I mean, okay, the story said that they haven't showered in 21 years, but they still took baths. So they're not stinky technically. Are you on your winter vacation now? Yeah, I'm on my winter vacation. Oh, are you guys actually starting a revolution? Oh. Showers aren't the same as baths? Yeah, they're different. Baths are when you completely fill the tub up with water and you how do you explain it? And you just are in the bath, in the tub that's filled with water. But showers are like you're standing up and having the shower head spray water on you. I think I have arrived. Hi Tomo. Hello. Hi. How are you? Yeah. I actually didn't know what's the when I was young, I didn't know the difference between baths and showers. I thought they were the same thing as well. Sally doesn't take showers or baths, so she's the last person you should ask. But I kind of related so hard when like they were talking about like shower thoughts. Like, God, shower thoughts are scary. Sally trying to explain showers to chat takes notes. Yeah, Coral, maybe the reason why you get bullied so much is because you bully me first. Maybe that's why. I didn't bully you, Coral. I didn't bully you. I didn't bully you at all today. You're the one that started calling me stinky, right? Or not stinky, but like, you know. Oh yeah, yes. I have some other stories. Oh, this is a really short one. You want me to read this one? It's a really short one. I think it'd be pretty cool. It's called Blackout. I started a war from asking what's the difference between baths and showers. Yeah, you have. You have, Mark. That's actually so funny though. Hello, Kai. Hi. We're gonna be reading our next story, okay? And this is called Blackout by Angel H. Posted November 2nd, 2023. So like a month and a half ago. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Okay, Blackout by Angel H. It was annoying at first. The occasional creaking of the house, power shortages, no heating, things you would expect to find in a small town up in Scotland. Since I had lived there for a good 4 years, I had gotten used to those events occurring. Gradually, it got worse. The power would stay out for hours, sometimes even days. The cold winds would shake the old house. I stopped bothering to light candles when the lights died. The currents of air would just seep through the cracks around the windows and blow them out. The usual routine. After a few months, the situation became more serious. Don't take it wrong. Don't take it the wrong way. Everyone was trying to help, but our efforts just kept failing. Then it happened. The cars just stopped. Completely stopped. We were baffled. One of the locals blamed the magnetic fields or some other scientific explanation. It wasn't the last, because of the dangers of driving when dusk fell. There was now a curfew. From 9 p.m. to 4 a.m., no cars were allowed on the roads due to risk of it happening again. Now, of course, I had broken that rule a few times, but I soon learned my lesson. It was winter, the worst time of the year. It got darker earlier. A thin layer of snow coated the area, freezing everything in its path. Many of the citizens had moved south, mostly to London due to the increasing risk. More power shortages occurred, and the decreasing temperature wasn't helping. The northern part of the town was in a dire condition. and I was left alone. Being stubborn and arrogant, I refused to leave when they issued the amber warning. I had plenty of food to last the winter, many thick coats and jumpers. I'll just be fine, I said. Dear God, I was wrong. It was never the creaking of the house or the banging of the loose shut door which bothered me. It was something else. I couldn't put my finger on it. One minute, I'll be walking down the hall, and then the lights would just turn off. You could hear the hum of the boiler under the staircase. So the electricity was fine, I concluded. And just like that, the lights would pop back on. The house was colder though, probably due to the lack of light. The windows let less sun in. More frost has grown up along the frame, sealing the cracks. I started to light more candles as the blackouts became more common. But when the lights went out, so did the candles. It was a Sunday evening, the third blackout of the day. So far, it had been 3 hours long. Every candle I light, every light source I create, darkens until it disappears. The more clothing I put on, the more blankets I wrapped around my frail body, the icier I became. The more food I ate, whether cooked or not, I grew more and more ravenous. The more I spoke or created noise of any sorts, the quicker it died down into a deadly silence. I soon found myself glancing at the clock every second. An idea came to mind. I was stupid. I wish I never did it. But being me, I did. Grabbing my car keys, I stepped into the Arctic wind. It stung any exposed flesh. Since I hadn't been outside in months due to the dangerously cold air, I glanced at my home and around it. Each house had dents from being hit with tree branches or loose debris which the wind had picked up. My house, though, was the only one with claw mark engraved into the wooden paneling. Never once had I heard an animal or the sound of a claw being dug into the wood. And considering I was in complete silence most of the time, baffled and confused, I had started my car up, thankful it still worked. The snow was thick, but I processed to force my car into the thinnest patch. Percy, dude, this author has so many typos. The snow was thick. I progressed? Are they trying to say progressed? It says processed. I progressed to force my car onto the thinnest patch. More momentum and more power soon had my car driving south. I had glanced at the small digital clock within the car's dashboard. 8:33 p.m. Curfew was within 27 minutes. I didn't give a second thought through to curfew. I was the only one there, so why should I follow the rules? That's the mistake I made. Distracting myself and getting cocky, I soon found a patch of black ice. Skating around, pulling the brakes, the car slowly stopped. Within that breathtaking second, my heart hammering against my ribcage, the car stopped completely. All lights turned off. The gentle humming of the engine filled the air. The engine was off though. The The sound continued and my breathing became heavier. I didn't know what was happening. Was the oxygen levels decreasing? Was I hyperventilating due to shock? I still don't know, but what I do know is that I made the worst decision of my life. It still invades my dreams, my nightmares. A cold hand brushed my shoulder. I froze, but not moving a single muscle. The smell of rotten flesh filled my nose. Eyes wide, I glanced at the rearview mirror. Straining my eyes so I could make out what was in the back seat of my car. There was nothing but a single shadow. Not mine though. It looked like a small ape, hunched over. Long fingers came out of small hands. It moved with caution. The shadow was directly behind me. I had to bite my tongue so that I wouldn't scream in horror. The humming was louder, and the more I listened to it, the fainter I became. I could taste Billy. I could taste... The humming was louder, and the more I listened to it, the fainter I became. I could taste bile in the back of my throat. What is bile? What is that? What am I reading? Black spots danced within my vision. Soon the smell of flesh and the humming overwhelmed my senses completely. Bile is like pre-throw. Oh, so it's not a typo. I see. Soon the smell of flesh and the humming overwhelmed my senses completely. Tears threatened to fall as I watched the ape-like shadow slung a bony arm around my neck. It was rough and hairy. A thick, slight, sickly aroma as given off. Soon, so many black spots filled my vision I could no longer see, no longer hear, smell, touch. I was completely numb. I woke up 3 days later. Some guy found me stiff as a rock in the same position I was in before. Toes and fingers were black. I had a minor case of frostbite. My vision was still blurry though. When I had reached civilization, they spelled civilization wrong. I still experienced the blackouts. I would thrash about in my chair or bed when one would occur. The shadow of the ape-like creature lurked in the corner of my vision. I would scream and cry out, but no sound would escape my lips. Years later, the blackouts decreased. I found out that the lights were on. Even when I could see darkness, no one else saw that creature. I was grateful yet jealous at that fact. Occasionally, I would get glances of it. Feel long nails gently graze my skin as I sleep. I moved to Cornwall. I felt as though I could handle life without assistance. Never once had I dared to visit Scotland again, but that doesn't mean I was left alone. Okay, this story was interesting. Oh, Sparky! Sparky, thank you so much for the 12 months. It's been a year. It's been a year, Sparky. A year, that's crazy. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the subby. Thank you, thank you. Then Crimson the Cursed. Hello. Hi. I hope you enjoy your stay here. You look and sound adorable. Really? Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry, I was paying attention to reading. I was paying attention to reading, so I'm sorry. Okay, but I don't. This story was a bit funny. There are so many typos. These stories are so bad. How about this? Do you guys know any scary stories that I can read? Huh? Wait. Oh, goodbye, Chris. Bye. I'm cute. I mean, doesn't it make you happy when somebody says, like, somebody joins stream and the first thing they say is like, oh, you're so adorable and you sound so adorable. Like, doesn't that make you feel so, like, happy and stuff? What about poems like The Raven? Do you know what the do you know one do you know who the author is? If someone said I was cute, I'd die from cringe, not gonna lie. Hey Vlad. Hey Vlad. You're looking kinda cute, not gonna lie. That was so cringe. I'm sorry. Sorry, that was so cringe. Apologies. I was just teasing Sally for not saying hi and hello. I'm gonna go game with the boys. Someone like, okay, have fun, Chris. Have fun gaming with the boys. Hello, Lunch69. Hi. Let me guess. Is your favorite meal of the day lunch? Is the Raven poem you're talking about by Alan Poe? Oh, you just said it. Okay. Oh, it's a really long poem. Okay. Let me read it. Is this your favorite poem, Cloud? I think cute is a bad thing that 8 shouldn't be. Wait, what? I think cute is a bad thing that 8 shouldn't be. Huh? Oh, that has bad. I don't get it. Okay, let me read The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. That sounds familiar. Have I not written? I feel like I read other poems by this person. But yeah, I'm gonna start. Once upon a midnight dairy, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. 'Tis some visitor, I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more. Ah, distinctly, I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow from the lost one more, from the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name one more, nameless here forevermore. Okay, I'm sorry, English is really hard for me, so I might read these wrong. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood, repeating, 'tis some visitor, entreating entrance at my 'tis some visitor, entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor, entreating entrance at my chamber door. This is it, and nothing more. Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. Sir, said I, or madam, surely my forgiveness I implore. But the fact is, I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door, darkness there and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, one more. This I whispered, and an echo murmured through the back, one more, merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window. Oh, surely that is something at my window. Letice? Let me see, then, what the rite is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. This the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, with many a flirt and flutter, and there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore, not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord and lady preached above my chamber door, perched upon a bus of palace just above my chamber door, perched and sat and nothing more. And this ebony bird be calling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenanced war. Through thy crest by shorn and shaven thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim, an ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. I can't read. This is so hard. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear disclosure so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little reverency bore. For we cannot stop agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door. Bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such a name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul is that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, though I scarcely more than muttered. Other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me as my hopes have flown before, and the bird said nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by replies so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster till his soul one burden bore. Where was I? Oh, till the dreams of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. The raven still be going, all my fancy into smiling. Straight I wheel the cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking that this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. Thus I sat engaged, and guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowls whose fiery eyes now burned into the blossom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight glorying o'er, she shall press, nevermore. Then methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wrench, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee. respite, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Glenmore. Quaff, oh quaff these kind, repent and forget this lost Glenmore. Quote the raven, nevermore. Okay, I'm just reading. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. Prophet, said I, thing of evil. Prophet still, if bird or devil. Whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore. Desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil. Prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore. Tell this soul was sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word or sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quite the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy foam from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting onto the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. My soul, for not that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore. I don't get it. Send something in stream chat to read or whatever, but you gotta read it because I'm crying laughing. What'd he say? What did Spun say? Was it from a long time ago? What, the Discord link is invalid? I can change it. I think. He sent a story? Oh, okay. Is it a horror story? Is it a scary story? Okay, let's read what Sven just said. Looks pretty short. I don't know, I'm just dying because of the English. Man and girl go out to drive under moonlight. They stop at a side of road. He turned to his girl and say, "Baby, I love you very much." I said, "Honey, our car is broken down. I think the engine is broken. I'll walk and get some more fuel." "Okay, I'll stay here and look after our stereo. There have been news reports of stereos being stolen." "Good idea. Keep the doors locked no matter what. I love you, sweaty." So the guy left to get full for the car. After 2 hours, the girls say, "Where's my baby? He was supposed to be back by now." When the girl hears a scratching sound and the voice say, "Let me in," the girl doesn't do it, and then after a while she goes to sleep. The next morning she wakes up and finds her boyfriend still not there. She gets out to check, and man, door, hand, hook, car door. What? Huh? What is this story? I don't get it. It's a super old horror meme. There's horror memes? I didn't know that. I think he meant that the man's hand was hanging off the car. Oh, I see. I didn't get it until now. But yeah, should I go to the fucking r/nosleep Reddit? And just find a bunch of scary stories there? Cause I know there's a bunch of scary stories at that site. I saw scary stories and that's all I needed. Oh, welcome, Izanano. Hi. Do you have any scary story recommendations for me? I'm having a hard time finding one that's not too long, you know? Cause I don't wanna read a story that's 50 minutes of reading. I don't think my voice can handle that, you know? I mean, you'll still be reading for 1 or 2 more hours now. But I wanna finish reading and then talk to you guys. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark is an old book series, but I bet you've read them before. I don't think I have. 1 second, let me search that up. Oh, they're really short stories. Yeah, we can try that. You know, whenever you guys, what is it? Whenever you guys mention scary stories to tell in the dark, it always reminds me of the Hearse song by Rusty Cage. Do you know that one? Don't ever lie, 'cause the hearse goes by, where you may be the next to die. They wrap you up in woolly sheet, drop you down to feet. I don't know, something like that. The worms crawl in, the worms crawl out, the worms blinking go orange now. They eat your eyes, they eat your nose, composed. Sorry, I'm old, but I assume you already know that. I mean, I know the song, but I don't know the stories. I heard it somewhere. Yeah, I Lily Peachy made a cover of this song before, and I really liked it. Okay, but if it's in like the old timey language, where it's like in like those poems, like poem style writing, where it's like die this, be hunted or something. I don't know. Like, I hope it's not in a type of English that is hard to read. Let's read The White Wolf. The White Wolf. Okay. From scary stories to tell in the dark. Okay. The timber wolves around French Creek had gotten out of hand. There were so many wolves, the farmers could not stop them from killing their cattle and sheep. So the state put a bounty on them. It would pay $110 for every wolf pelt he turned in. A butcher in town named Bill Williams thought that was pretty good money. He stopped working as a butcher and started killing wolves. He was good at it. Every year he killed over 500 of them. That came to more than $5,000. It was quite a bit of money in those days. After 4 or 5 years, Bill had killed so many wolves, there were hardly any left in that area, so he retired. And he vowed never to harm another wolf, because wolves had made him rich. Then one day, a farmer reported that a white wolf had killed 2 of his sheep. He had shot at it and hit it. Bullets didn't have any effect. Soon, that wolf was seen all over the countryside, killing and running, but nobody could stop it. One night, it came into Bill's yard and killed his pet cow. Bill forgot about his decision never to harm another wolf. He went into town the next morning and brought a young lamb for bait. He took it out into the hills and tied it to a tree, then backed off about 50 yards and sat down under another tree. With his gun in his lap, he waited. When Bill didn't come back, his friends started looking for him. Finally, they found the lamb. It was still tied to a tree. It was hungry, but it was alive. And they found Bill. He was still sitting against another tree, but he was dead. His throat had been torn open. There was no sign of a struggle. His gun hadn't been fired. There were no tracks in the soil around him. As for the white wolf, it was never seen again. Oh, that's it? Wait, that's really short. Also, Makia, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay here. I don't know if that would be considered a pet, not gonna lie. You know, if you can have a pet pig, pet cow, pet lamb, pet fucking tiger, I don't think a cow is that weird. Hi Jack, hi. How are you? How are you? I'm doing good. We're reading scary stories. I know that song by Rusty Cage we're singing. It's a bop. I know, right? I like that song. It was in my head for a while. That song was really in my head for a good time. The world's crawling, the world's crawling. Don't eat your guts and then shit. How come you choose to tell scary stories during Christmas time? Just curious. I don't know. I just like scary stories. And reading scary stories help me sleep later, so I like it as like a personal benefit too. You know? Since when? You don't remember when I did like other ASMR streams that would like, you know, make me fall asleep super fast? Or like not super fast, but like it'll make me tired by the end of stream and like I would have like a good night's rest. I don't know. Yeah, bedtime stories, scary stories, literally anything where I'm fucking reading. If I'm reading, it'll put me to sleep. Krampus? Yo, you wanna read Krampus? Wait, how long is this? Sally, you read Krampus and you won't sleep? Dude, I don't even celebrate Christmas that much. I don't think it's that bad. Also, only thing I can find about Krampus are scripts. They don't have a story. I forgot about Krampus. Same. I also forgot about Krampus. What's the story about Krampus that I can read? How Krampus screamed inside the bus. Dude, what the fuck? No? I can't find any books about Krampus. Like, the only books I can find are like Amazon books. But just a reminder, you have to be a good kid, and if you're put in the naughty list, Krampus is gonna come in and fill your stockings with coal and kidnap you or something. I don't know. Something like that, right? Sally totally says, since you're on the naughty list, let me go grab. I'm not on the naughty list, am I? I'm a good kid. I'm a good kid. I'm not on the naughty list. Sally's on the silly list. You bully a 27-year-old man every day. But this 27-year-old man likes to get bullied, so that's why I bullied. Just kidding. I think Krampus does a little more than give out cool. I mean, I bet it's like the censored version, right? I bet he does like a shit ton of wicked stuff that I don't really remember. But yeah. He eat. Oh. Well, I'm not a child. I'm an adult, so it doesn't count. He wouldn't eat me. Krampus wouldn't eat me because I'm not a child. I'm not a fucking child. I'm 19. Ha! Kai is 16. He should fear. Kai's a good child, though. He's on the good list, not the naughty list. Kai is a good child. Krampus wouldn't eat Kai. I love how he lowered his age to 16. Oh, sorry, 17. Kai 17. Kai just ages in reverse. What can I say? I like sticking my tongue out. Benjamin Buttons. That guy sounds familiar. You think Krampus and Santa are best friends? Oh, they're lovers? You think it's like a star-crossed lovers kind of shit? But to be honest, wouldn't Krampus and Santa kind of benefit off each other? Because like, if Krampus eats children, it's less labor for the elves to make to get gifts to make gifts for Christmas. You know? Friends with benefits. Yeah, like, we kind of benefit off each other. Because it's less work for Shanna. Sally used to play the Krampus video game. She would scream like 100 times. Add it to the counter. That's why I don't play horror games. I mean, our scream counter is already at like what? 700? And that's like just me playing Valorant and Overwatch. 750. Damn. That's a lot of screams. But yeah, let's read the next story. Of scary stories to tell in the dark. This one is called The Haunted House. This one is called The Haunted House. From Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. Okay? Okay. One time, a preacher went to see if he could put a haunt to rest at a house in his settlement. The house had been haunted for about 10 years. Several people had tried to stay there all night. but they always would get scared out by the haunt. So this preacher took his Bible and went to the house, went on and built himself a good fire and lit a lamp, sat there reading the Bible. Then, just before midnight, he heard something start up the cellar, walking back and forth, back and forth. Then it sounded like somebody was trying to scream and got choked off. Then there was a lot of thrashing around and struggling. And finally, everything got quiet. The old preacher took up his Bible again, but before he could start reading, he heard footsteps coming from the cellar stairs. He sat, watching the door to the cellar, and the footsteps kept coming closer and closer. He saw the doorknob turn, and when the door began to open, he jumped up and hollered, "What do you want?" The door shut back, easy-like, and there wasn't a sound. The preacher was trembling a little, but he finally opened the Bible and read a while. Then he got up and laid the book on the chair and went to mending the fire. When the haunt started walking again, step, 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 up the cellar stairs, the old preacher sat watching the door, saw the doorknob turn, and the door open. It looked like a young woman. He backed up and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" The haunt sort of swayed, like she didn't know what to do. Then she just faded out. The old preacher waited, and when he didn't hear any more noises, he went over and shut the door. He was sweating and trembling all over, but he was a brave man. He thought be able to see it though, so he turned his chair to where he would watch, and he sat down and waited. It wasn't long before he heard the haunt start up again, slowly, step, 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 closer and closer, step, step, and it was right at the door. The preacher stood up and held out his Bible out in front of him. Then the knob slowly turned, and the door opened wide. This time, the preacher spoke quiet-like. He said, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, who are you, and what do you want?" The haunt came right across the room, straight to him, and took off his coat. It was a young woman, about 20 years old. Her hair was torn and tangled, and the flesh was dropping off her face, so you could see the bones and part of her teeth. She had no eyeballs, but there was a sort of blue light way back in her eye sockets. Blue light. Sans Undertale. And she had no nose to her face. Then she started talking. It sounded like her voice was coming and going with the wind blowing it. She told her lover had killed her for her money and buried her in the cellar. She said if the preacher would dig up her bones and bury her properly, she could rest. Then she told him to take the end joint, the little finger from her left hand, and to lay it in the collection plate at the next church meeting. And he'll find out who had murdered her. And she said, if you come back here once more after that, you'll hear my voice at midnight. And I'll tell you where my money is hid, and you can give it to the church. The haunt sobbed like she was tired, and she sunk down towards the floor and was gone. The preacher found her bones and buried them in the graveyard. The next Sunday, the preacher put the finger bone in the collection plate, and when a certain man happened to touch it, it stuck to his hand. The man jumped up and rubbed and scraped and tore at the bone, trying to get it off. Then he went to screaming like he was going crazy. When he confessed to the murder, and they took him to jail. After the man was hung, the preacher went back to the house one midnight, and the haunt's voice told him to dig under the hard rock. He did, and he found a big sack of money. And where that haunt had held on its coat, a print of those bony fingers was buried right into the cloth. It never did come out. Wait, what? After the man was hung, the preacher went back to that house one midnight, and the haunt's voice told him to dig under the hard rock. He did, and he found a big sack of money. And where that haunt had held on to his coat, the print of those bony fingers were burnt right into the cloth. It never did come out. I see. Interesting. Interesting story. I don't get this one though. It's just about a ghost. It was a little wholesome in a way. Yeah, it was. Interestingly. Except for the fan of that one man. Yeah, poor guy, but like, kinda deserved it. He kinda murdered someone. Just saying. Oh, I told you. See, I'm starting to yawn now. I'm starting to feel tired. Oh, there's the hearse. Wait, some goosebumps. Very spooky. Still scarred to this day. Really? Wait, goosebumps scared you as a kid? Yes, let me drink some water. Thank you, laughing. Well, I think the haunt just wanted peace. But was like, no, you ain't getting my money. Yeah. I'm glad the big sack of money went to someone that deserved it. Like the preach. Maybe he can use that money for the church. Goosebumps scared me as a child. Like, duh. I was like 8, 9 years old. Yeah, I think Goosebumps also scared I think it was, do you guys remember Say Cheese and Die? Where it's like, you take a picture and it like tells you like how you're gonna get hurt in the future or something. That was an episode of Goosebumps. Really? Really, Yujo? That's so sick. What episode were you in? If you don't mind me telling me. Yeah, calling all creeps. Kid in black shirt at the end selling cake. I'm taking a screenshot of that. I'm gonna look you up later. when I watch Goosebumps later. But the Goosebumps series, they're like 76 pages. I'm not sure if I can do that. You know, I'm not sure if I can read 75 pages. I have a question. I really like reading stories, right? And I sometimes upload my ASMR stream bots onto YouTube. What are your thoughts on me like reading like a full book and like posting it on YouTube so that you can like listen to it again and again whenever you want? And to be honest, me listening to my own ASMR also helps me fall asleep. So I think it will also be beneficial for me as well. What are your thoughts on that? No? It's like the most egotistical thing you could have said. I mean, I'm Sally, like obviously. Me listening to myself helps me fall asleep. That would be cool, Sally, but you know, that's a ton of work. You think so? You think that's a ton of work? It's just me reading a book, right? How hard can it be? Is there something involved that I don't know about? When the ASMR hit just right, then your own ASMR affects you. Dude, are we gonna remind you the amount of words you can't read? Okay, but like halfway through the ASMR, are you even paying attention like to the story? Isn't your point trying to go and fall asleep? You know? Like obviously I would try to like edit parts out, or like I like missaid something and I say it again and like make like everything smoother. Right, so of course there would be some sort of editing involved, but yeah. I can't fall asleep, but sometimes it relaxes me and makes me drowsy. Yeah. I have no idea of anything you said aside from Nevermore. Oh my god, Nevermore. Nevermore is a forevermore, just like Chat and Sally. I don't get that poem. I don't get the Nevermore poem. What's it about? Me neither. Hey, hello, little beastman. Hi. How are you? How are you? Welcome back. I'm gonna have to read it again. Not gonna lie, I was reading it. I didn't understand it myself. I was just reading words. Sally, there's a movie if you ever want to watch it. What movie? Like of the poem? That's a pretty sure poem. They made a full movie off of that? Damn. There must have been a lot to interpret. Is it like a 2-hour long movie? Okay, could be better. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope your day is even better tomorrow. But yeah, I'm thinking whether or not if I should read the Goosebump series. Wait, Horrors of the Black Ring only has 16,000 words. Maybe I'll read that. Ghostbusters? Load PDF, load. Okay, this motherfucker lied. That is 91. Okay, but the font's bigger. Horrors of the Black Ring, R.L. Science, Scholastic 1998, rating 4 out of 5. Tags, fiction, juvenile fiction, mysteries, detective stories, schools, horror tales, horror ghost story, horror stories, monsters, plot your own stories, specimens, rings, schools, fiction. Read the dictionary. No. I stared deep into the ring. A cloudy form shifted inside the jewel. It moved as if it were alive. Miss Gold turned the ring into the light. The cloud became a face. It frowned inside the jewel. What is that? I gasped. It's a flaw in the jewel. Miss Gold explained. I can't take my eyes off the ring. The face inside was so ugly, so creepy, so evil. Read this? Maybe. Wait, how long is Ghostbusters? Okay, it's 82 pages in the smallest font I've ever seen. No way I'm reading that. Go read the dictionary, please. Please learn English. My English isn't that bad. Sally, read your favorite letter of words or something. do you mean letter upwards? What do you mean by that? Create a list of words and then make a story out of them. No. I can't create stories. I can't create anything. I don't. Like, once upon a time, there was a princess, and they longed to find a prince and live and be happily ever after. And once upon a time, there came a prince that the princess liked. They both got married. They lived in their castle, and they lived happily ever after. Sally creates a chat vandal. Oh, I don't know. Main character could be like Kuro, and he can be like the nerd, and he has like these bullies, which is like Jolly, Sparky, and other people that bully Kuro. And it can be a romance where the bullies actually like Kuro. They're too shy. And it could be a reverse harem where Kuro gets with all of them. That would go crazy, you think so? Really end up with no BL, please. Dude, everyone's saying that it would go hard for me. Sally, you're fucked in the head. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I know I am. I know I'm pretty fucked in the head. Like, you know how, like, you know, in like stereotypical bullies, they like push the nerd like against the locker harshly, you know? Like when like the bully like harshly like pushes the nerd, they like lock eyes, stare into each other's eyes, and then like kiss. Hello, Jesus. The timing. Holy shit, the timing. We all need Jesus. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome. Yeah, that would be a pretty good scene, Jolly, not gonna lie. I think it would be like some intense scene, you know? I don't know about that, Jolly. I was thinking that for her. Dude, I hate the fact that my mod is more popular than me. It's pretty sad. Do you guys come to stream just for Kuro, or do you guys come for me? I'd never come for a girl. Yeah, that would be kinda gay, not gonna lie, Kai. Slam's head on the wall. I've always said I hate your odor. I like. Chris is that friend that's there. Yeah. Okay, I gotta go. Goodbye, Con. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Bye bye. Bye. I love you, Sally, and I love you, chat. Bye bye, Kai. Much love, much love. Bye. Okay, now let's read something. You wanna read more scary stories to tell in the dark? Oh yeah, I shouldn't agree to that. You're right. You're right, Kuro. I literally can't live without you, so yeah, you're not just a friend that's there. You're literally my life. Let's read more scary stories to tell in the dark, okay? Hi, Ravi. Hi. Oh yeah, let's read more scary stories to read in the dark, tell in the dark. This one is called A New Horse. Okay, I'm gonna start reading after I take a sip of water. Two farmhands shared a room. After a while, the one who slept near the door began to feel very tired early in the day. His friend asked what was wrong. An awful thing happens every night, his friend said. We'll see what happens to me. About midnight, an old woman who lived nearby came into her room. She mumbled some strange words over the farmland, and he found he couldn't move. Then she slipped the bridle on him, and he turned into a horse. The next thing he knew, she was riding him across the fields at breakneck speed, beating him to make him go even faster. Soon they came to a house where a party was going on. She hitched him to a fence and went in. While she was gone, the farmhand rubbed against the fence until the bridle came off, and he turned back into a human. Then he went into the house and found the witch. He spoke those strange words over her, and with the bridle he turned her into a horse. Then he rode her to a blacksmith and had her fitted with horseshoes. After that, he rode her to the farm where she lived. I have a pretty good filly here, he told her husband, but I need a stronger horse. Would you like to trade? The old man looked over her and said he would do it. The farmhand picked out another horse and rode away. Her husband led his new horse to the barn. He took off the bridle and went to hang it up. But when he came back, the new horse was gone. Instead, there stood his wife, with horseshoes nailed to her hands and feet. Interesting story. But yeah, these are rather short stories. I kind of want to read longer ones. I understand that they don't understand. Yeah, that's me. Basically. Oh. Ooh, how about this one? It's a r/nosleep, but it looks pretty interesting. The title's really long though. I'll try reading this one. Not no life, no sleep. So it's called My Student Submitted the Most Disturbing Life History Project I've Ever Seen by Gretel Cat. Okay, I'm gonna start. One of my least favorite parts about being a middle school history teacher is the bullshit living history assignments we give at the end of every school year. Kids are supposed to sit with their grandparents and videotape, voice record, or transcribe their oldest memories of posterity, and for an easy way to bring up their GPA. I have been doing this for 17 years, and when I collected the projects this time around, I assumed they would be as dull, if not duller than usual. This has not been a particularly bright class, so I went home, poured myself a glass of wine, and prepared for a long night of I only owned 2 pairs of pants when I was your age, and my brother got beat with a newspaper for hitting a baseball into a neighbor's yard. And of course, these projects were peppered with innocent, old person comments that were so horribly sexist and racist you just had to laugh. Now, I had a girl in my class whom I will call Olivia. She was pudgy, quiet, and proved herself a consistent B student. I expected her project to be as unremarkable as her, and perhaps that's why I was so profoundly disturbed by what I witnessed that night. Olivia had submitted 2 discs for some reason, so I began with a one-word interview. My screen hiccuped twice before a grainy image of a living room came into view. The place was a hoarder's hell. Olivia was curled up in an armchair, clutching a notebook and looking like a scared animal. Across from her sat a man with a somber countenance, smoking a cigarette and staring at her expectantly. "Go ahead," a woman's voice whispered from behind the camera. Olivia's owlish eyes flashed towards the screen, then back to the man. "I'm here with my great-uncle Stefan," she began almost inaudibly. "He's going to tell us about his oldest memories from being in the army." Great-uncle Stefan looked like he'd rather be in a goddamn trench at the moment, but he waited patiently for the questions to begin. Not surprisingly, Olivia read verbatim from the suggested question sheet I had handed out to the students. He answered her curtly. Once or twice, I heard her mother whisper, "Speak up, Olivia," from behind the camera. Typical boring shit. So I was intrigued when Olivia set down the notebook and asked, "Did you like being in the army?" That was totally off script. Great Uncle Stefan emitted a chain smoker's wheeze. "Nope. Glad to get out of my town though." "Where did you go?" "Balkans." She said. I doubted she knew what the Balkans were, and my suspicion was confirmed when she asked, "Was Balkans very different from here?" "Yes." Mom cleared her throat behind the camera, perhaps encouraging Great Uncle Stefan to be a little bit more forthcoming. But Olivia seemed genuinely interested. "Uncle Stefan," she asked, "what is your very worst memory from the army?" The old man crushed his cigarette in the ashtray and then slowly lifted himself out of his chair. "I'll be back," he mumbled. The camera cut off. When the screen flashed back on, everything was the same, except Great Uncle Stefan had several pieces of paper in plastic sleeves laid atop all the crap sitting on his coffee table. One he held in his hand. "I was a kid when I enlisted," he said, looking at Olivia. "Your brother's age," he told her. Olivia nodded. "I never saw combat. Most of my deployments were to cities in Eastern Europe that had been destroyed by civil wars. Everything was a mess. I felt like a janitor for fuck's sake." Mom coughed. Great Uncle Stefan sighed and looked at his paper. "My unit was assigned to a school that had been obliterated. My unit was assigned to a school that had been I can't say it. How do you say it? This word. How do you pronounce this word? Well, hello, Jesus. Hello, Grand King. Hi. Oh. My unit was assigned to a school that had been liberated. By all the violence, broken windows, caved in rooms. For some reason, I can't say it. Obliterated. Sally is illiterate and colorblind now. I know the word. I can't pronounce it for some reason. Literacy. Obliterated. Oh my god, my face hurts from laughing. Literacy. Obliterated. My unit was assigned to a school that had been Ob fuck. Obli fuck. Literacy. Obliterated by all the violence. Broken windows, caved in rooms, and for some reason, the part that got me the worst was that the school had been there for like years before we got there. No one had lifted a finger to fix it. I saw kids walk by it on their way to go beg for money or whatever shit they did. The camera dropped towards the floor as I heard Mom whisper harshly at Great Uncle Stefan. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it wasn't hard to imagine. Do you want to hear this goddamn story or not? I heard him bark in response. Then you better let me tell it how I want. Mom, Olivia chimed. Please stop interrupting. Are you presenting this in front of the class? No, Mom. You're just handing it to the teacher. I'm sure he's heard the word shit before. Great Uncle Stefan contributed helpfully. I wasn't a he, as a matter of fact, but other than that, the statement was accurate. The camera was lifted, and after a couple of blurry, focused adjustments, the shot was the same as before. I'm talking too much anyway, he grumbled. He lifted the piece of paper in his hand, close to his face. In the basement, I found this letter. I didn't know what it said, but I had a buddy of mine translate it, so I'm gonna read it now, and then I'll tell you what I saw in that basement. A chill ran down my spine. Mom zoomed in to Great Uncle Stefan and his letter. He blessed his what is that word? Palsied. His palsied hands trembled as he held up the paper. This is what he read. Hello, Robin. Hi. How are you? We're reading scary story. So I hope you enjoy. This is what he read. Dear Sir, I never loved my country. So many of these skirmishes are born from patriotism, a power struggle for the shards of a once great empire. But I do not care what name my home has on the map. This fighting is senseless, and I stay as far away from it as I can. It was not these attacks or disorganized violence that took the lives of my wife and child. It was illness. Mercifully, it happened quickly for the baby. Natja suffered for longer. I watched in horror, knowing I could do nothing for them. My only solace is that I was there for them every step of the way. I stopped going to work one day, and no one came after me. I doubt they noticed I was gone, since the school was simply across the field, visible from my window. It would have been easy to go for a few hours each day and come home quickly to care for them. But what was the point? All I did was clean floors. I was as useless to the world as I was to my family. I tried to take Natja to the hospital, but the journey was too long and taxing. I brought her home, and she died that night. After Natja and the baby were gone, well, I don't remember much. I didn't leave my hovel, barely ate and slept, but thought many times of taking my own way. Tempting though it was, I felt paralyzed by my own helplessness. The one thing that kept me sane was my radio. I never turned it off once, even though I didn't listen to the words being said. In fact, the channel I got, the clearest was in English, I think, which I don't speak a lick of. But the voices, the music, and the true knowledge that life existed beyond this violent city sustained me. I have no idea how long passed before I saw the light of day again. I was dizzy from hunger, so finding food was my priority. My radio came with me, of course. Since I first pulled myself up, it has gone everywhere with me. It talks to me as I sleep and as I wake. I don't know what it's saying, but I know I would die without it. Once I had some water and food. It occurred to me that the only thing left to do was go back to work, so I did. The following morning, I simply returned to school, where I was a janitor, and got back to work. Nobody made a big deal out of it. Like I said, Nadja had been sick for a long time, and those who worked at school knew it. I appreciate that no one had pestered me to come back to work during the hardest days of my life. The teachers never said much to me, but we smiled at each other in the halls, and that mutual respect was perhaps the reason I decided to come back at all. The place had gone to the dogs without me, so I simply grabbed my broom and racks from my closet and set to cleaning. Everyone is grateful to have me back. And the best part is that nobody minds my radio. I bring it with me everywhere and keep the volume low enough not to disrupt the students. No one has ever complained. In fact, I suspect they like it. The schoolhouse is not very big, but does not require a lot of maintenance. The floors are always sticky and stained. I spend most of my time mopping. Kids make messes. I guess that's why I'm still in business. Sometimes I have to move things around to make sure I get every spot on the floor beautiful and clean, but I take pride in that. And the repairs. The school always needs tune-ups here and there, and I'm happy to help. Some days I'm reconstructing a desk that broke as I whistle along with the radio. Other times I handle more serious structural issues. Days when I have work like this, I feel truly instrumental, like a cog in a larger machine. How could this school survive without me? It took me a long time, but I once again feel that I have purpose. This is a larder behind the school. There is a larder behind the school that is full of preserved food. In lieu of payment, I am allowed to take as much food as I need. That arrangement is fine. What would I do with money anyway? I used to bring the food back to my home, just one field away from the school. When I started sleeping in the basement, no one seemed to notice. This school is special to me, and I cannot leave it unguarded. When I am besieged with memories of my wife and baby, I turn up the volume on the radio to drown out such thoughts. It works for me every time. Except this morning. Because this morning I woke up to dead silence. I frantically examined the radio to see what had happened. I honestly cannot tell you how many days in a row I had been using it. Had it simply live out its life and die naturally? I had spent the entire day trying to fix it. Most of this time, I have been crying. I'm losing my mind without it. I had given myself until sundown. If I cannot fix it by then, I'm going to take my life. I'm writing this because the sunlight is starting to die, and I know what my fate shall be. I just thought about taking one last walk through the halls of my school, saying goodbye to the students and teachers. I know I will be missed, but I cannot bring myself to leave this room. I cannot go anywhere knowing that my radio is dead in here. There are no more tears in me. It feels like I can't catch my breath. I vomited what little food I had in my stomach, and I'm going to see again. Like I did after Nadja died. I'm not long for this world. But before I take my life, I have closed the door to this room and stuck a chair beneath the handle. It is the only room in the basement and has a small casement that lets in just enough light for me to see what I am doing. I lost my place. Fuck. If anyone is kind enough to come looking for me, they should not be met with this gruesome sight. Perhaps they will see the doors blocked, smell my rotting body, and simply forget I ever existed. But I have placed both my radio and this note outside the door. Kind sir, if you are reading this, I have one humble request. Please fix it. Save my radio. It did not deserve to die in its sleep, and I am ashamed that I cannot revive it. Now I am ready to join Nadja and little love Villa in heaven. I hope the school can find another janitor who loves and cares for it the way I do. The hour is now. Do not forget my audio. Stands love. When Mom zoomed back out, Olivia had tears in her eyes. Thank you for sharing, Uncle Stefan, Mom said, her voice cracked. I think we had enough. Wait, Olivia chirped. He said there's more. What did you find? Before Great Uncle Stefan could open his mouth, the image disappeared. My jaw dropped. Was that it? What did Great Uncle Stefan see? I promptly remembered that there was a second disc. This one was unmarked, but I hoped it contained the rest of the interview. There was no video, only audio. The voice that started out was Olivia's. Hi, Miss Garrity. I'm sorry about my mom, but she refused to record the rest of what my uncle was saying. But I asked him to continue and secretly recorded the story as a voice memo on my phone. I remember you said earlier this year that history is written by the people who win wars. She sucked in a breath and commenced crying. But everyone's history is important, even if they are sad, pathetic people, and if they never won a single thing in their life. I haven't slept through the night since I finished this project. Well, you have to hear what my uncle has to say. There were tears in my eyes too. The sincerity of her words was beautiful. I was also flattered that she had remembered some trite phrase I threw around because it was what my history teacher said to me. Before I get too sappy over it, the audio begins. How long is this? Excuse me, Okay, I'm almost at the end. Never mind, thank God. Fine, came Mother's frustrated voice. If you want to hear the rest of the story, fine. But this is not appropriate for a school project. Let me finish, Great Uncle Stefan snapped. If it's too much for you, help yourselves to a snack in the kitchen. But Olivia wants to know what happened. I hear her mother mumble something and walk away. Olivia and her uncle were alone. I imagined her looking at him expectantly. So, did you find the radio? Or did it get ruined when the school got blown up? He rasped, and I heard the distinct click of a lighter. That letter, he began slowly, had a date on it. What date? She inquired hungrily. It was dated 2 weeks before we started rebuilding the school. Didn't you say the school had been destroyed like 2 weeks ago? Yes, replied Uncle Stefan. It had been. There was silence as I felt goosebumps on my arms. The image that came to my mind was almost too overwhelming to express, but Great Uncle Stefan put them into words effortlessly. Clearly, he had spent his whole life thinking about it. This man, this Stanislav, went to a vandalized, falling apart schoolhouse and cleaned up blood and rubble like it was spilled drinks and dust. He smiled at dead bodies in the hallway and believed they were smiling back at him because they liked his radio. He moved around corpses so he could sweep the ground under them. The roof was half collapsed. The roof was half collapsed, so when it rained, he must have gotten soaking wet. I was so oblivious that he didn't even feel a thing. I could hear Olivia crying steadily. I found the larder he was talking about. It was all pickled, preserved food that probably tasted like shit. Most of the stuff was moldy. Did you see the dead body? Yes, hanging from the ceiling, but still amazingly lifelike. He wasn't running away. This hadn't happened years ago. Did he look peaceful? She asked, a chord of desperation in her voice. Couldn't tell you. The smell was rank, and his face was blue, and his eyes were bulging like this. I imagined him demonstrating. In the radio, Olivia wept. I heard Great Uncle Stefan take a long drag of his cigarette. It was there, alright, and it was still on. Yay! That's a pretty good story. It's a pretty good story. Sally, read now. Do not send Jolly my light pics or anyone else. I didn't plan on doing that. Don't worry. They're spamming your DMs. Oh. That was a pretty good story though. Pretty spooky if I do say so myself. Right? was pretty spooky. But no, I'm not gonna be sending anybody thigh pics of somebody else. I'm not doing that. So Sally's channel, we're all just having fun and everyone here understands it. What you copy and pasting? The title of what I'm gonna be reading next? That's what I'm copy and pasting. Damn. I thought you saw my pics. No, I said I'm not. Do you not trust me? Do not trust me. Dude, I think you should know I trust you too much. What am I reading? You're reading about how chat is thirsty for Kuro's thigh pics. That's what you're reading. I have another no sleep submission that I want to read. Can I read it? And I don't get any. Dude, I think Kuro only sent me pictures of his thighs. I think. Oh my god, I need some chapstick. 1 second. I'm so dehydrated. My lips are so dehydrated. But let's read the next one. It's also another r/no sleep. Something went wrong with my heart transplant by Katrin Siren. Siren. Yeah. I've always had a weak heart, not just physically. I've always been afraid of my own shadow. It was unsurprising when the doctors told me my heart murmur wasn't just a heart murmur. A year of tests, a year of therapy, constant trips to the hospital. What is that? Oh my god. Constant trips to the hospital, and I was fully told that it had all been for nothing. My poor weak heart couldn't last till Christmas. It's a strange thing being told that you're dying. I didn't come to terms with it at first. I drank and I spent my money. I did reckless, stupid things because I was so damn scared. Then I got the news that a young woman called Laura had been declared brain dead, and that I, the lucky chosen one, would get a brand new heart a week later. I drove to the hospital slowly, carefully, and readying myself for the ordeal that was to come. As I was laying in bed on the last night, the thought of Laura swirled around in my head, and it wouldn't leave me alone. It was like her name was in flashing lights every time I closed my eyes. It was wrong. I know it was. But I had to see the woman who was giving me her heart. It didn't feel right not to put a face to the one who was saving my life. I knew her name. I knew what ward she was staying on. I had overheard the two nurses discussing it. I wandered down the meandering hallways until I found what I was looking for, taking my time, making sure I didn't miss any name. I guess I had times on my own. I guess I had time on my hands now. In the second to last room, she lay in bed. A woman sat on the bed next to her, holding her hand. My own weak heart stuttered. "Excuse me." I had no idea what to say to her. "I'm Jenna. I'm the person. I'm having surgery tomorrow," and what I assumed was Laura's mother stood up, and I could tell from the look in her eye that she knew who I was. "Thank you for visiting. I know it's strange, but a part of her is going to be living on in you. I wanted to meet you." I stood there, helpless and lost for words. Laura's mother beckoned me over. "Please," she said, "don't feel uncomfortable." It's what she would have wanted. I sat on the chair next to Laura. "How did she..." I broke off. It was too awful to ask. Laura's mother gave me a thin smile. She was a care worker, looked after battered wives, abused women. Last month she met a guy and, well, I suppose years of training can't help you when you're in love. She ignored the warning signs, and he killed her. She dedicated her life to those who needed her. Laura's mother looked down. I don't know why I did it, but I reached over her and held Laura's hand. I squeezed it. "I'm so sorry. I had a boyfriend once too. He was like that too. Sometimes, someone like Laura convinced me to leave." Laura's mother gave me another half smile. I could see the tear in her eyes. Then Laura squeezed my hand tightly. She gripped me so hard that her fingernails dug into my skin. I recoiled, a look of horror on my face. Laura's mother looked at me calmly. She squeezes my hand sometimes as well. I think the doctors call it muscle spasms. Either way, there's none of Laura left in there anymore. I looked at the small crescent moon that had just started to bleed on the palm of my hand. The surgery went perfectly. I was wheeled to the recovery suite after it was over and done with. The raised wound on my chest covered by gauze. It was better if I didn't see it, I thought. I didn't need any more heart issues. I spent the first day doped up on the pain medication, eating only a little and sitting up maybe 2 times. It was a long process, they reassured me. Laura's mother came to visit me the day before I was due to leave. Her calm demeanor hadn't wavered, but I could see that she was suffering. She looked 10 years older, and her hands shook when she gave me a hug. When are you going home? Tomorrow, I told her. Please come visit whenever you want. I started to jot down my address for her, when out of the corner of my eye, a flash of blonde disappeared through the doorway. The same brilliant blonde as Laura's hair. Ow, I cried out suddenly. I felt like someone had sharply squeezed my hand, so hard it had almost crushed the bones. Laura's mother rushed to my side, a look of concern in her eyes. What's wrong? Is it your heart? She stumbled over the last words, coming to terms with what she had said. I tried to reassure her and said I'll let the doctors know, and she left with a look of worry on her face. Oh, hello God, hi. Hello God, Papu, hi. Hope you enjoy your stay here. We're reading scary stories. Where was I? When I looked down, a new set of crescent fingernail marks were below the ones that Laura had made. 10 identical bleeding smiles. The taxi ride home was short, and before I knew it, I was back in my own flat. It felt strange to try and slot back into where I had left off. My life had been almost over the last time I had been there. I looked over the mess and the cardboard boxes, the remnants of one night where I had tearfully tried to pack and store my belongings so my parents wouldn't have to do it when I died. Laura's heart beat so strongly, it felt like it would come out of my chest. It did this all the time, and I realized this is what a healthy heart must feel like. So why couldn't I shake my feeling of unease? That night, I had a dream. Laura was in her hospital bed, but her mother was gone. I could hear my heart, Laura's heart, beating in my eardrums so loudly it was painful. I tried to cover them, but my hands were pinned to my sides. Some unexplainable force was moving me towards the motionless figure of Laura on the bed. Her lips were blue, and the window came open, whipping her blonde hair around her face. I was almost on top of her when her eyes flew open. They were milky white, the eyes of someone dead. Get out, she rasped, her voice guttural. I could hear the heartbeat faster and faster, drumming until I thought I couldn't take it anymore. Then I woke up. The sound had been real. Laura's heart was so loud, it felt like it would rupture my eardrums. I screamed in agony, trying to cover my ears. It was useless. It was coming from some deep place inside of me. I could feel it reverberating around the hollows of my chest. I stumbled out of bed, gasping for air, and tried to find my phone. I needed to call someone, anyone, an ambulance or my mom, anyone that would pick up. Get out. It was a faint whisper over the hammering thumps of Laura's heart. A low, guttural voice that sounded like it had been made by an animal. And I crawled to the door, down the alleyway, choking on my screams for help. My neighbor opened the door. his eyes as wide as saucers at the sight of me on the floor, clutching my chest. He drove me to hospital as I cried in the passenger seat of my car. After about 50 different checkups, the doctor told me that absolutely nothing was wrong with me. He told me my heart was regular, my blood pressure was normal, and that everything was going just swimmingly. I stood in the waiting area, wallowing in my shame and frustration. That heart didn't belong to me. My phone buzzed on the counter. An unknown number. Great. That was all I needed. More unexplained, scary things like a stranger on the end of my phone. My voice sounded small on the line. Hello? Good morning. This is Thames Valley Police. We called to report an incident that occurred in your flat around 1:30 a.m. today. I felt a wave of embarrassment. I'm so sorry. I recently had surgery and I wasn't feeling well. I had to have my neighbor drive me to the hospital, and I think I panicked a little in the hallway before I left. There was a small silence on the other end of the phone. I'm afraid this is something you might want to be sitting down for. I felt Laura's heartbeats, strong and calm. There was an incident, forced entry by Mr. Samuel Matthews. According to our police records, he's your ex-partner, and you filed a restraining order against him in September 2017. My blood ran cold. I did. He's in police custody. We found an automatic weapon on him, and we believe he had the intent to harm you. We have an officer currently stationed at your flat who can fill you in depending on how long your hospital stay will be. I thanked him and hung up the phone. For a moment, I leaned against the wall, the horror slowly spreading over me. If I had been in my flat 10 minutes later, he would have found me. Laura's heartbeat filled my ears again, but now they were gentle, calming. Her mother said she dedicated every part of her to helping those who needed it. I put both my hands on my chest, overwhelmed by my own gratitude, and listened to Laura. Yay! That's a good one. That was a really good one. I enjoyed that one. So, did I make up a suggestion of stories? Wait, where is your suggestion? This story was really nice, in my opinion. You're feeling tired? No, I'm fine. I mean, my voice might be a little tired, but aside from that, I'm fine. You're reading for almost 3 hours? True. I have been reading for almost 3 hours. You said you want to sleep earlier today, so I'm asking. Okay, I said I wanted to sleep early, but it's only 10 p.m. I think that's a little bit too early, don't you think? god, I want big boobs. Where's my boobs? Like, come on. Where the fuck are my boobs? Where's no? Nothing. Fucking nothing. I don't have anything. Nothing. It's flat. It's fucking flat. Dude, I don't have boobs. I want boobs. Why? Dude, it doesn't matter. I don't have any fucking boobs. It doesn't matter if I fucking zoom in on them because I don't have any. I don't have boobs. Howdy. Hello, Incredible. Hi. How are you? That's not what I want to see, Sally. I'm just sad. I'm just fucking sad because I don't have boobs. I want boobs. Long time. See, you did ASMR. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've done ASMR. We're reading scary stories. Scary stories, scary stories. So, like, can you hurt my feelings real quick? Oh, sorry, you do it daily, my bad. Small moves just mean I can get closer to your heart. Oh, wait, oh, that's actually so sweet. Oh, that's so sweet. That actually makes me feel a lot better. That's a really nice way to put it. Okay, like, you guys say that, but I still want big boobs. I still want big boobs. Dude, if I ever, like, start another life as a VTuber, it's like, I bet my name's gonna be like Sally likes boobs or Sally big boobs or something. I wanna have big boobs. I want boobs. I want booba. I just got so many dubs, drunk as shit in my window. Yeah, get those dubs, Chris. Get those dubs. You got this. You got this. What made you decide ASMR tonight? I wanted to fall asleep. I went to fall asleep. Go back to reading. Don't talk to us. I'm not here to get corrupted. Okay. Let's read. Let's read this. 1 second. This is called I Work Security at Disney World. Well, I mean I did. Let's see if this is a banger. Yeah? Yeah. Actually, let me see how long it is first. Oh, it's actually not that long. Okay, let's do this. Okay. I work security at Disney World. Well, I mean I did. Why, Disney security. I work as security at Disney World, the happiest place on earth. Typically, I wouldn't stay where I work, as obviously there are some pretty strict rules about things employees can put online. But I just don't think I can tell this properly without that context. And honestly, I think this may be it for me anyway, with this job. I just can't see myself working here any longer now. I've been with the company for 23 years. Can you hear my stomach growling? I've been with the company for 23 years. The first 20 years I worked in the parks, helping shoplifters and rounding up people who were drinking too much for the heat. Occasionally, there'd be a fight to break up, but people usually kept it mild. The heat and walking was getting too much for me the last few years, so I asked to be transferred somewhere with AC, and the company moved me to one of their resorts. While the working conditions were 110% better as far as climate and comfort go, the guest issues were trickier, mainly domestics. I guess the expensive and stress of vacation got to a lot of people, and I'd be called by neighboring rooms because some mom and dad were yelling at each other. I tried to suggest they take a nap or go do their separate activities for a bit. They would usually calm them down. But none of that is what I'm here for. I've got to get this out where I have time. 3 days ago, I got a call from management. Apparently, a couple of days before that, housekeeping had went into a room that shouldn't have been turned over that day. Turned over is when one guest leaves by around 11 a.m. and the next guests check in around 3 p.m. and all the guests' items were still in the room. Housekeeping made a note of it and moved on, but during the next 2 days, when they entered the room, everything was still there and untouched. I went to check it out, and sure enough, there was an empty room full of luggage, clothes, snacks, and some toys. Everything a family would need for vacation. The manager had already looked up the previous reservation, and it was for a family. Dad, Mom, 2 little kids. I tried to call the phone numbers they had given, but all it got was a voicemail. We were a bit stumped, so I made the call. A housekeeper could clean the room and take the family's personal items to be held until we got in contact with someone. I went digging into the reservation more. The family had arrived 5 days before housekeeping, discovered all of their stuff. I found that the family had paid a parking fee and their vehicle description was listed. A quick walk of the parking lots and I had easily located their vehicle. So that ruled out a car accident or them deciding to leave all their stuff behind. Next, I saw that they bought a dining plan. This is when a guest prepays for all their food. They're given a certain number of credits to use for meals. This family had only used 3 credits, and the last one was 2 days after they checked in. It appeared that they arrived. They got here late, and probably just stayed on the resort. The next day, they used 2 credits at Epcot. The second park day, they just used 1 credit at Magic Kingdom, and it was breakfast time. Now, at Disney, we have something called magic bands. Magic bands are worn by the guests and act as a room key, park ticket, credit card, dining reservation payment, fast pass, a system used to bypass lines, and more. It took some work, but I was finally able to look up this family's fast pass history. The day they went to Magic Kingdom, they had breakfast at a restaurant in the park, rode a couple of rides, and then rode their last ride. It's a small world around 11 a.m. then nothing. Finally, it was time to bring in someone else on this. I called an old co-worker at Magic Kingdom and asked him to pull security footages for It's a Small World at the time. They wrote it and I made my way over there. When I got there, my friend was very confused, almost distraught looking. He showed me what he found. There's usually a camera in the direction of where rides load and unload. The footage showed them scanning their bands to use fast passes for the ride and boarding the ride. The footage from the exit of the ride just showed the other people in their car exiting. They weren't there. Of course, we thought the worst. Maybe one of the kids had fallen out, and mom and dad and the other kid got off in the middle of the ride to help. And they all got injured or killed or stuck in machinery somewhere. So we shut down the ride, middle of the damn day, turned off that ear-warm music, and turned up the lights. Me and my buddy walked that ride 3 times before we called in help. Eventually, there was close to 10 cast members searching, and we didn't find shit except for 3 cell phones and a hat. I was right stumped. I kept digging the past couple of days, and I'm not sure who to tell what I found next to. I've called the police, and I suppose they're on the way, but the company has a way of covering up things like this, and I decided I can't live with myself if I don't put out some type of warning. I kept digging into their reservation over the last couple of days, and tonight I noticed they had purchased a memory maker. There are photographers all over the parks, and cameras and a lot of rides, and with Memory Maker, the photos are all free. They automatically get added to a guest's Disney account when the system knows their picture has been taken, and the system always knows. Everyone's whereabouts are always known with the magic bands. And I open up their Memory Maker photo album, and I swear, there's 732 pictures. The first 30 or so are pretty normal. Epcot, a few rides, in front of the castle, but the rest are all in It's a Small World. The rides only take 1 picture per go-around, so it appears as though this family has ridden this ride over 700 times. The first picture was pretty normal. Everyone looked happy. It was a busy day and a full car of guests. The next one was rough to look at. The car is empty except for this little family, and they look so darn confused. The next 10 to 5, I can see Dad getting angry, yelling. Mom is holding onto those two kids like her life depends on it. And you can see the kids getting increasingly upset, crying, and it goes on and on and on. After 50 or so, it looks like they're trying to get out. And one of them, in one, the dad is missing. In another, they're all gone. Maybe they failed early in the ride and tried to walk out. But in the very next one, they're all right back in that damn car. After around 450 or so, I only see the mom and kids. It's just when I look clearly, I can see Dad. It's just when I look closely, I can see Dad. Maybe just his body now, slumped down in one of the other seats. Since about 675, there's just Mom and one kid. Another body in another seat. The mom and kid aren't moving anymore. I think them two are still alive. Just damn near catatonic, looking straight ahead, pale. And y'all, I swear on my fucking life, the dolls are moving or something. In some of these pictures, I can tell they aren't where they should be. I even saw one with a doll in the car with this family. I can't look anymore or I'm going to lose my lunch. I closed the album. Its file size has increased since I closed it. God, are there new pictures being added? I see on security cameras that the local PD just arrived, so they'll take over soon. I wish I knew what the fuck was going on. I also wish this damn thing had never landed in my lap. I don't think I'll be able to update this. After I talk to the police, I think I'm going to walk out of here and never come back. I just wanted to get this out there before Disney feeds the media some bullshit cover-up as to why a whole family vanished. They didn't vanish. I know where they are. I finished. Hello, Grape. Hi. Hi. Just came to see what happens. Have a good night, bye, Sally. Oh, my Kohai just came, though. Goodbye, Kohai. Bye. Couldn't handle scary stories, huh? Oh yeah, I mean, I guess the story wasn't that scary. That wasn't bad though. Wait, Chris, thank you so much for the gifted to Mimi. Mimi, I hope you enjoyed the emotes. I hope you enjoyed the emotes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just had me a stressful 36 minutes. Wait, why? Also, hello Josh. Hello cereal box. Hi, how are you? Also, this long to notice. I'm sorry, I was reading a scary story. Oh. We love scary stories. Is that go to bed yourself or you're going to bed at the same times every day? No. Hello, Stalker Demon. Hi. How are you? How are you? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Let me see if there's any more horror stories. If you guys know any horror stories, feel free to let me know. Nothing too long though. You were the one telling me how much you want to go to bed earlier today. Yeah, it's literally only 10:30. Can you like, I think I talked about it before, but like, let me like end my stream whenever the fuck I want to end it. If you have any suggestions, let me know. I will suggest. Do you have any short, scary stories that are like 5-10 minute reads? Because I'm having trouble finding scary stories that are like short enough, but like not too short either. You know? Yes, give me a moment. Okay, okay. The Hungry Caterpillar. That's a good one. But Hungry Caterpillar isn't a horror story. We are looking for horror stories, scary stories. Twitch stories? What are Twitch stories? It would be more chaotic if you made chatties absolutely mad. Hmm? Sally chat, I love you guys. That's so sweet. Much love, Grace. It's been so long since I've seen you. How are you doing? Good. It's been a while. How are you doing, Stalker? I'm doing pretty well. It's winter break for me right now, so I'm gonna try and stream as much as possible before I, head off for the next semester. So yeah. But how are you doing, Stalker? I hope you've been doing good. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, so it's really nice to see you. I'm gonna cry? No! Why? What happened? Are you okay? Don't cry. Cry of happiness? Wait, did something good happen? Share, I wanna know. So I'll post in stream chat, is that okay? On Discord? Yes, I will look at it right now. Send it in stream chat. What a good day to end my stream hopping session. It's just seeing you, I'm so happy. I'm crying of happiness. Oh, I didn't know I had such a big influence on you. I'm glad though that you're crying of happiness, not sadness. Sugar Bells, hello, how are you? It's been forever. Hi. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Spen, I know this one. This one's a good one, actually. I'm good, you? I'm doing pretty good too. We're reading scary stories. The story is called Who's in My Bed, and it has been submitted by Spen. Yeah. Let me start reading. I know this one. This one's really short but scary. I like this one. A father went to say goodnight to his 7-year-old son, very well knowing that if he didn't, his son would have trouble sleeping. It was a nightly routine between them. He entered the dimly lit room where his son waited under his blanket. At the first glance, the father could tell there was something unusual about his son tonight, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He looked the same, but had a grin that drew from ear to ear. "You okay, buddy?" the father asked. The son nodded, still with a grin, before saying, "Daddy, check for monsters under my bed." The father chuckled a bit before getting on his knees to check, only to satisfy his son. There, under the bed, pale and afraid, was his son. His real son. He whispered, "Daddy, there's someone on my bed." I like that voice. Another one. The red wristband. Okay, let me read this one too. I don't know this one though. I haven't heard of the red wristband before. Sorry, for a moment I thought I heard someone coming in. The red wristband. The doctor was working at a hospital where the patients were tagged with colored bands. Green, alive. Red, deceased. One night, the doctor was instructed to get a few supplies from the basement of the hospital, and so he headed to the lift. The lift doors opened and there was a patient inside, minding her own business. Patients were allowed to roam around the hospital to stretch, especially those who have stayed long. The rule was to be back in their rooms before 10. The doctor smiled at the patient before pressing the number for the basement. He found it unusual that the woman didn't have a button already pressed. He wondered if she was heading to the basement too. The lift finally reached the floor, where the doors opened. In the distance, a man was limping towards the elevator, and in a panic, the doctor slammed the elevator button to close. It finally did, and the lift began to ascend back up, the doctor's heart pounding. "Why did you do that? He was trying to use the lift," the woman stated, annoyed. "Did you see his wrist?" the doctor asked. "It was red. He died last night. I would know because I did his surgery." The woman lifted her wrist. He saw red. She smiled. "Like this one?" That's a good one too. Those are pretty short though. Wait, I just realized no, we're one follower away from 4K. Let's go. Do we finally reach 4K followers today? Let me stretch 1 second. I submit a scary story, is that allowed? That's the whole point of this stream. We're reading scary stories. Let me stretch and ignore Coral more. Yeah, you're just feeling salty. Let me just enjoy my stream. Like what I made. Is it super scary? Is it super scary, Sponge? Maybe I should have Coral read it before I read it. You know? Swap roles. Let me stream and you do the modding. I'll act like you. Yo, let's go. Crew's gonna start streaming. Let's go, let's go. Okay, how do I tell Kuro? I have no clue. Maybe put it in the stream chat and ask Kuro to look over it maybe? That's the only way I can think of. Like privately lol. Oh, is it okay if Span DMs you, Kuro? Maybe I'll read a couple more and call it a day after reading a couple more. So you're so mean. I know we agreed like 10:30 would be a good time, and I agree. Nasu, Aisuru. Nasu, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yay, we have 4K followers. Nasu, you're 4,000 followers. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Let's go, let's go. Yeah. We're reading scary stories. I'm trying to find more scary stories though, cause like I can't read any of the Goosebumps series cause they're too long, and other short stories I find are too short. I can't find like the golden ratio, you know? Also, that's fine, you can read it. Okay, Spence, send me that story, horror story. Let me read it. Oh, it's in stream chat. No, I already read it though. I already read that one. What do you mean? I already read the right version. Spend the name of sending it. This one looks fun. One second. I'm getting my sources from r/nosleep. Let's go. I'm sorry if I'm difficult. I'm sorry. I just want to have a funny and scary story. You know? This one looks fun. This one looks pretty sick. It's called We've been stuck in construction traffic for 8 hours now. If we leave our vehicles, we will die. That one looks fun, right? It's pretty long though. Wait, there's 2 parts. The title is called The Monster Under Your Bed Isn't Always There to Scare You. It's also really short. I want to read this one. Hello, Tartaglia. Hi. How are you? How are you? Hey, little mulberry. Hello, Tartaglia. Hi. We're doing good. We're gonna be reading r/nosleep. The monster under your bed isn't always there to scare you. I think this one's pretty neat. Let me start. The monster under your bed isn't always there to scare you. Why? Life is strange, me too. I was lying alone in my room when I heard the voice, deep and crackly, coming from underneath my bed. Hey, the voice calls out. I told myself I was just imagining it. Hey kid, the voice repeated. I drew my knees up to my chest and ducked my head under the blanket, trying to shut out the voice. The cold wind that drifted in through the window, ruffling the curtains. Who are you? I asked. I'm the monster under your bed, the voice replied. You mean you're real? I asked. What do you mean? The monster said. Of course I'm real. Do you have a name? I asked. Of course I have a name. Oh. Well, what is it? Frank. Frank? Yeah, the monster said. Is there something wrong with that? No, I mean, I don't know, I said. It's just not very monster-y. Well, my parents didn't want me to be a monster. Really? What did they want you to be? A dentist. That's funny, I said. I could feel myself beginning to smile. What do your parents want you to be? It asked. I don't know. Hey Frank. Yeah? Aren't you gonna, like, scare me or something? What? Why would I do that? Well, you're a monster, aren't you? Well, yeah, of course I am. But that doesn't mean that I scare little kids. But I thought it was your job. It is my job to scare people, he replied. Only bad people. Am I a bad person? I asked. No, he said. But you're not the one I'm here to scare. Who are you here to scare? I asked. The man inside your closet. The skin on my arms goose-fleshed up. Is that a word? Goose-fleshed? Is that a word? Interesting. I wanted to ask him what he meant, but I fell silent as I heard a rustling coming from the closet. The door creaked open, and I could hear soft footsteps padding towards me across the bedroom floor. I didn't dare peek out of the blanket. The footsteps stopped, and I could heavily hear breathing next to me. I squeezed my eyes tight. The warm sanctuary of the blanket disappeared as it was yanked off me. I hugged my arms around my knees and prepared for the worst. A scream shattered the night air, followed by the sound of breaking glass. I opened my eyes, a crack to see a knife lying on the carpet. Next to my bed, the blade glinting in the moonlight. My parents rushed into their room and asked me what had happened, but I didn't know what to say. Only that someone had been hiding in my closet. They jumped out the window. My parents called 911. The police came right away. They picked up a man called Gary Thompson, sprinting through the streets a couple blocks away. He was covered in blood and broken glass. They found Gary's car abandoned on our property, and inside they found duct tape, knives, barbiturates? I don't know what that word is. B-A-R-B-I-T-U-R-A-T-E-S, and the video camera. From what I heard, Gary's lawyer employed an insanity defense, and Gary is currently incarcerated in a state mental facility for the criminally insane. I never heard from Frank the monster again, but the officer who arrested Gary told me that he sleeps on the floor of the facility. He tells the doctors that he's terrified of Frank, the monster under his bed. Oh, it's baby. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome. Do you like scary stories? I've been having fun reading a bunch of scary stories. Okay, Swan found you, so he should be sending it by now. Okay. Gotcha. You know, when I was little, I was really scared of these scary stories. But they're not bad. They're not as bad as I thought they were. You know? I thought like I was gonna be like scared shitless, you know? Be scared out of my skin or something. But these stories are not bad. I wonder if I can like find a story that's like really, really scary. Scary stories aren't scary anymore. That's why the games are like, yeah. Scary games definitely would get me. I can't do scary games. But scary stories, I can. It's like I'm like slowly trying to build my immunity to scary stuff. I always loved reading horror stories, even when you were a child. Dude, I was scared of like almost anything when I was little. Like, I saw a big rectangular furry monster with sharp teeth and big eyes, and I'll be like, damn, that's fucking scary. And like a children's book, I'll be like, damn, that monster is scary. I need to stay away from that monster. Well, when I was a child, I read the Goosebumps series, and now I'm reading Stephen King. I know Stephen King has really nice horror books. Is it? For me, I think my teacher read one of the Goosebumps stories before on like English time, like he would like read a book out for us and be like, okay, so like what happened in this chapter? Talk about it. And he read like the Goosebumps series. It was like, Welcome to Horrorland. I think, I'm not sure though, but it was about like how like these kids go to like a horror amusement park, and like, I don't know, there was like a ride where they're like stuck in a coffin or something. That's the only thing I remember. Dropping by before I go to sleep while I'm still sick. Oh, well, I appreciate you dropping by, dog. I hope you feel better soon. Okay? Okay. Feel better soon, dog. But yeah, Welcome to Horrorland was pretty nice. I remember it was either that book or another book, and we were like put to a vote, and the Welcome to Horrorland book lost the vote, but I was whining like a little bitch, and the teacher took pity on me, and we read the book. I must have been such a difficult child to deal with when I was little. Like, I'm so difficult to deal with now. Like, can you imagine the teachers, the people, the friends, my parents, what they had to deal with to fucking raise me? Horrorland books are really good. Oh, you know it? Oh, wait, is it a series? I thought it was a one-time thing. Are there multiple Horrorland books? I didn't know that. Yeah, poor Kuro has to deal with me every day. You can, I'm just saying, Kuro, you can simply not deal with me by not talking to me. I'm just saying. Sally is Kuro's horror story started to come out. Dude, you're right, Josh. I can imagine how much of a pain in the ass I am to Kuro. Poor guy, I feel bad. Hey, I get that you have mod, but can you not spam? Do you really feel bad? No, not really. When I see him acting like this? No, not really. I don't feel bad. Wait, Sven. You don't have to type sentence after sentence. You can just select all, copy and paste. Came back just in time for another cruel temper tantrum. I do feel bad. I do feel bad that girl gets bullied every now and then. Or like every fucking stream. And I feel bad that girl has to deal with a difficult person like me. But like I also feel like it's even because you like release your stress on stream by spamming or abusing mod powers. So I don't know how to feel, to be honest. Like, doesn't have to really be my place though, my space. I wanna be able to stream in peace. Oh, bye. Okay, goodbye. Aw, Neffy. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. I really appreciate you lurking and dropping by. Read some more to help sleep. Yes, yes. 무서운 이야기들 읽을 거예요. Let's see, another scary story. Let's see. I was in prison for 15 years. There was a skinwalker in there with us. That sounds pretty scary. What are skinwalkers though? What are skinwalkers? Are those the things that can like humans that can turn into animals? Oh, I see, I see. Turn into animals, that's sick. Okay, let's read. Yes, I was in prison for 15 years. There was a skinwalker in there with us. Wait, it's 1 p.m. Korea? It's 12, right? Okay, let me read. I was in prison for 15 years. There was a skinwalker in there with us. Okay, well, the author's account got deleted, so I can't really tell you guys who the author was, but yeah, let's read. A little bit of background first. I was serving a 15-year sentence in a penitentiary. What the fuck? How do I pronounce that? Neffy, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Hi. Penitentiary. I said it right, really? Let's go. southern Arizona. What I was in there for isn't important. During my stay there were countless things that had happened that no one could explain, and even more that no one wanted to know more about. It all started with a prison legend. Will I be able to see you again? Yes! You'll be able to see me again. I might stream tomorrow, although it may not be ASMR. But yeah. And I hope I can see you again, Nuffy. Okay? Yeah. It all started with a prison legend. Supposedly, years ago, something awful and unexplainable happened in the prison. Every morning, we'd be woken up and expected to stand near the front of our cells while guards visually confirmed we were present and accounted for. Apparently, about a year before I got sent here, the most brutal and unexplainable thing happened during one of these routines. The man who had a cell to himself looked very off during his check. When a guard pulled over another guard to help him check it out, they found it wasn't actually the prisoner they were expecting at all. It was a totally different man. This man was wearing the skin of another man over him, loosely fitting, draped over him. Apparently looked like a real monster. The scariest things were, though, was the guy wearing the skin was not an inmate. They had no idea how he even got into prison, let alone a cell. What's worse is that they couldn't even figure out who the hell he was. He wasn't documented anywhere. And what's worse than that, they never even found the body of the man of the skin he was wearing. Wait 1 second, let me hydrate. Pretty greasy stuff, I know. And I realize that's not the go-to definition of a skinwalker, but that's what the prison called him, a skinwalker. It didn't help that the guy never talked, apparently. Anyway, that's what started the whole skinwalker superstition around the yard. Apparently, the guy got shipped to a different spot about a month after it happened, and just about everyone in Gen Pop felt all the better for it. I heard about the story on the second day of my stay. Hell of a story to hear, to place in your home for the foreseeable future. Now apparently, skinwalkers are tricky to point out on the spot, but if you manage to survive around one for more than a minute or two, almost everyone can tell the mannerisms are all off. They can mimic human speech, but not replicate it. They twitch mechanically. They even have an unnatural gait while walking. But apparently, they got better with experience. The old Navajo guy, his name was Carl, said that he was sure there was an actual one among the prisoners. Slowly picking us off over the years. He called it the Grandmaster Skinwalker at one point. Apparently, he thought it had human mannerisms. Down so well that you might not even be able to tell if it was your cellmate for a day or two. It had to be good. It had to be good. He posted one night. Positive. You'd expect a skinwalker to jump at any opportunity for a kill, but this one realized it had a revolving door of people to kill coming to it, and masterfully bided its time, as Carl thought for years. A lot of guys found humor in it. A lot more are really on edge about it. Every once in a while in prison, people snap. Sometimes you'll find your cellmate swinging in front of your bunk, strung up around the neck by its pant leg. Sometimes you just can't take it anymore. But in our yard, people tend to snap in a very special way. It wouldn't be an outburst at dinner or a silent suicide in the night. Guys would just stop talking, hunch over, and shuffle around. Any friendships they had would be mostly out the window. They would turn into a loner during rec time. They would let their hair hang in front of their face. No one liked to talk about it. Like, if they did, it would happen to them next. I felt the same way. I didn't know if I was a skinwalker or just people going crazy, but I didn't want to find out. It wasn't clockwork or anything, but every time someone snapped in this way, it wasn't more than a couple weeks before they were shipped off or transferred to God knows where without anyone else knowing beforehand. I lost where I was. Fuck. Where was I literally lost where I was. I don't remember where I was. Fuck. No, where was I? Oh, I found it. There was the nighttime occurrences. Short, loud bursts of sound echoed through my cell block during all hours of the night on a regular basis. It sounded like a mix between a pig's dying squeals and nails on a chalkboard. Just anything, just another thing no one liked to talk about. Even scarier were the shadows and footsteps. Oh, hello, friend. Hi. We're reading scary stories. The block was dimly illuminated in the night by a few lights hanging from the ceiling outside the cells. I myself saw shadows flit across my walls on a regular occasion, when there were definitely no guards near my cell. One time, near the end of my sentence, I woke up, looked down my back wall, and found the perfect silhouette of a person standing there. But when I looked, my bunkmate was asleep, and no one was outside my cell. And the footsteps, everyone hated it, the fucking footsteps. They were the scariest part. In the night, sometimes, more rarely than the shadows, you would hear ungodly fast footsteps. They sounded like wet feet slapping on the tiled floor. Whatever caused them would fly from one end of the block to the other in a dead sprint. Whatever it was inhumanely fast. If you happened to be awake before it started, by the time you heard the footsteps on one side of your cell, and whipped your head around to see the thing run by. It sounded like it was 3 cells past you. Everyone hated the footsteps. I agreed. I thought they were the worst. Can I tell you something terrifying? Oh, I don't know. I get scared easily. But if it's not against TOS, go for it. And also, hello Pickaxe. Hi. I hope you enjoy your stay here. We're reading scary stories. It was released from that place about a month ago, and I have more stories than I can count. I swear it was nearly my turn. About a week before I discharged, my cellmate and a good friend of mine snapped. In the same kind of way, I didn't sleep for an entire week. Well, I did sleep of course, but never more than a few minutes at a time. Never turned my back on the guy. The scariest thing? I woke up one night to him somehow shaking his body through the bars of our cell. For reference, I couldn't get anything past my shoulder through him. The worst part though, he was coming back into our cell. On the day of my release, I didn't say a word to him, just left. He seemed fine with it, so was I. I had made it through 15 years of prison fights, gang disputes, and for all I know, skinwalker abductions. I lived through the front gates, a free man. As I walked along the fence for the rec yard, I spotted my cellmate standing off on his own, like he had for the last week or so. I shook my head, not even really sure if it was him anymore. I took one last look over the yard, this time on the other side of the fence. I wish I hadn't. There, standing off on his own, on the other side of the yard, was Carl, slouched over, eyeing the other inmates, and twitching. Maniacally? Is that a word? Yeah, we're reading our /nosleep. I can't really find scary ones though. Like none of them are really scary. Tomorrow I have an English test. I speak Spanish. Oh, good luck on your English test, Fran. You got this. And Pelico, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay here. How are you? And hello, Lawyer Phantom. Welcome back. It's been a while. How are you doing? Are you an actual lawyer? Are you like a actual lawyer? That'd be pretty sick if you are. Wait, does anybody still have finals? There's no way, right? It's the 19th. That's like 6 days before Christmas. There's no way people are making you take tests a few days before Christmas, right? Right? I hope not. Can you imagine though? So sad having finals tomorrow. We're about to reach the 4-hour mark. I think I'm gonna read short stories or just continue talking to you guys until we reach the 4-hour mark. How have you been? I've been pretty good, I think. I mean, I started college and it's not the best, but I'm managing through it. How are you, Pickaxe? I hope you're doing good. How have you been? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, good night, Chris. I'm so sorry I read your message late. I hope you have a nice rest of your day, Chris. Good night, good night. Were you thinking of switching majors? I actually came in as a psychology major. But I think I'm gonna stick with language and literature with an emphasis in Korean. So basically, learning Korean. And like maybe becoming an interpreter or translator or something. I don't know. Yeah, basically doing the same thing Kara's doing. Oh, fuck no, dude. No. No, dude, I do not want to become a teacher. Fuck no, dude, the teacher pay in America sucks. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, I don't understand why teachers want to become teachers. I don't understand. Yeah, I kind of want to do the same stuff Kura does. But like, instead of translating from Japanese to English or English to Japanese, I want to translate Korean to English or English to Korean. Yeah. And hope that I can become fluent in Korean enough during my time in university. Making my way through college as well. Well, I wish you luck. I hope your college experience is going a lot smoother than mine. Genius? No. I failed half my classes. So no genius here. A Korean saying I want to become fluent in Korean is crazy. Okay, I may be Korean, but I'm not very fluent in it. I'm in welding. Wait, that's so sick. I saw some like TikToks of like welding and it looks so satisfying. Yep, I failed most of my classes when I was going for mechanical engineering. Oh my god, dude, any major that is like science, math, or engineer. Oh, I feel so bad for them. And I feel even worse if you're going the medical route. Dude, I wish you luck. Good luck. I'm gonna have to suffer like, what, 6, 8, 10 years of your life? Be like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt? Coming out with a useless degree? And hoping that everything you learn, you remember everything you learned for the past 6 years? Like, good luck, man. I'm not doing that shit. Computer science was fun. I think like people that are in like computer science or programming or coding, like if you enjoy it, I think like you were like dropped as a baby. Like there must be something. There's no way people enjoy computer science, coding, or programming, right? Like there's no way, right? Like I've never seen somebody enjoy computer science. Oh, that's fun as hell. Are you in computer science, Josh? Like I think like I feel like computer science is like you were only given 3 options. You either become a lawyer, become a doctor, or go into computer science. And you didn't want to go the medical route, and you didn't want to do science, so you went the computer science route. never met a single person that told me they like medical. Dude, I don't think anyone enjoys medical school or like any science related shit. I'm a 3D modeler, coding is my kryptonite. Whoa. But when I think of coding and programming, I think more of those like Java, Python, C++ kind of shit, like where you like type code and shit. Or does 3D modeling do that? I didn't know 3D modeling had like written code. I thought 3D modeling is like building, sculpting stuff, kind of. Most of the people in my GF's generation on her family went to medical school they liked. You have a girlfriend? Leon, you have a girlfriend? Is it May? I don't know why. I'm so sorry, Leon. I don't want to make it weird, but completely honest, I don't know why. Every time I think of May, I think that you're like your siblings. Cause like you both have the same like last name on Discord, like White Star. You both have White Star, so I keep thinking you're related or something. My bad. Lisa Nano, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Thank you. Let me hydrate. Thank you. Okay, I know his real name isn't Leon White Star, but like May also has White Star at the end of it. And generally, if you have the same last name, you're related or married. So for me, I thought they were related. Okay. Always stay hydrated when reading stories. Yes. But I think I might call it a day because I've been reading for 4 hours and I'm kind of exhausted. Okay, then by that logic, you and Redify are related because you both have red in your name. Yeah, actually, Redify and I are related. He's my brother. Just kidding. We're not related. Yeah, I'm totally related to Redify. I've been in VR chat for the last 6 hours. I'm ready for bed. I wanna play VR chat. I want a VR headset. Dear Santa, I still believe in you. I still believe in Santa, even though I'm 19 years old. Please, Santa, I want a VR headset so bad. I want a VR headset so bad. Please. I hope my dad heard that. Appa, 난 크리스마스 때 VR headset 사줘. I know he's listening. That's why I said it. I know he's listening. That's why I fucking said it. I'm your dad. Jolly, please, I want the VR headset. Yes. Wait. Even if I have VR, I don't have a model that resembles me. But I still want a VR headset. I want I wanna play VR chat. I wanna play Beat Saber. I wanna play those. Oh, yes. Oh, that is true. I could use my own VR, but my own VR does not look anything like me. But yeah. For Christmas, all I want is a VR headset. That's all I want. I pray. I'll write a list to Santa. I'll write a list to Santa of what I want. What I want is a long, healthy family, and that we're all happy together. And that, you know, my mom and dad live long, healthy lives well into their hundreds, and my little sister is successful in whatever career she decides to go in, and that I get a VR headset. I mean, I only play VR when I'm home on the weekends, yeah. Yeah, but let me dream. Don't crush my dreams like that, Kuro. But yeah, I think today's stream was pretty fun. I might stream tomorrow, who knows? Maybe I'll be gaming, maybe I'll just review, maybe I'll be doing ASMR, or maybe I'll just be chatting. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night. And yeah, thank you everyone so much for coming. I hope I can see you next time. If you haven't already, you should totally join our Discord. You should totally join our Discord. Yeah. If you haven't already. Oh yeah, I've seen the wielding stuff on TikTok. They're super satisfying. I hope you become a master wielder. Yeah. Is that freaking one-time link? That's not a permanent link. Oh, how did I make a permanent link? Is that a permanent link? Wait, how do you make a permanent link for Discord? Oh yeah, let me hydrate. I don't know the perm link. But yeah, join our Discord. It's fun. Okay, I'll do that later then. I know how to do that. But yeah, thank you everyone. Bye. Good night. Sweet dreams. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Bye. Good night. Love you all. Okay?